Charlie, connect to runway 05 to the caravan point with Volvo KP agency class access track.
Just kept hanging in there, you know how it is. Ted, you alright, mate? We good? I think we're good. I think we're all good. I think we're alright, Ted. Goodness me. For our members that use our TCS Discord server would understand the perils of the weather that I experienced, Ted and I, today. Amazing. How are we doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. We're live here at RAF Marham. How are we doing? Once home to the Tornado, once home to 115, 105, and of course the English Electric Canberra, Wellington, Stirlings. Oh yes. And an airfield that dates its history all the way back to World War I as the defender of Norfolk, defending it against the Zeppelins. And here we are today. They fly the F-35B Lightning. And it ain't just any other F-35 Lightning, you know. This is the B variant. This can hover. It ain't no hover to bother with this. This is the Stovall variant. Oh yeah. Take it away, Ted. Let's see what we got. RAF Marham, home of the F-35B with its 3 squadrons. Flying at the F-35B. Let's start off with the Royal Navy, 809. They're the latest and greatest squadron to be active here. That's right, December 2023, as early as this. 809 Naval Air Squadron, part of the Royal Navy's Fleet Air Arm. You know how it is. The Immortals, their nickname. They played a major role in the Falklands War. Also got 207 Squadron, the operational conversion unit, just like RAF Coningsby's 29 Squadron, except in this instance we find that 207, they're the operational conversion unit for the F-35B. Whether you are Royal Navy or whether you are Royal Air Force, you go with 207 after you completed your wings, your advanced flying training at RAF Bally. If you are a Hawk pilot and your career is tuned to the F-35B, you come here, you come here. And next up, don't need much of an intro, 617 Dambusters Squadron. They're still going. The heritage lives on, and they fly the F-35B Lightning. Imagine what AJ squadron coded Lancasters were thinking in 1943. That's right. Imagine 80 years on, for example, to show them what they would be flying 8 decades later. Amazing, isn't it? I love stuff like that. So there we go. My name's Nikos, cameraman, historian and commentator. How are we all doing? Hope we're well and good. I'll be your commentator for today, and of course we've got with us our squadron leader Ted Coningsby. Welcome to Norfolk, welcome to RAF Marham, and it's a delight to be here. So, F-35B action coming up. We do have runway 05 in use, by the way, so they're going from left to right on our screens. Again, I've always said this, it does have its pros and cons from being in this spot. Now the F-35B can hover, and it has been announced we will be seeing F-35As here. They're a little bit different to your F-35B. They carry a lot more payload. They don't hover, but they can pull 9G. Okay, so there we go. Oh, and it's got an extra couple of £1,000 of extra thrust to go with it. It's what's called a CTOL, conventional takeoff and landing. You know how it is. So, hope we're all good. Don't forget to hit the like button, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. Rack 'em up. You've been given the all clear to give us a thumbs up. Hit the like button. Let's get this riding. And of course, as well as flying, RAF Marham is also home to 2620 Squadron, Royal Auxiliary Air Force Regiment, and 15 Squadron RAF Regiment as well, along with 6 RAF Police and Security Squadron F-35. Units are the Lightning Force HQ here as well, so not to forget them. All the medics, all the crew, medic, crash teams as well, ATC, air traffic controllers. How are we all doing? All those in the duty and security forces, RAF Police, how you all doing as well? Big shout out to all of you, and keeping things sweet and neat as we always do. Mosquitoes also were operating here, which we'll talk about if I do get a chance to do so. It's been a bit windy. I haven't been able to get my my historic models up here on the up onto the van. RAF Marham has 3 vertical landing pads measuring, and they are square, measuring 67 by 67 meters. That's with a landing zone of 30.5 meters by 30.5 meters. It is a Pratt & Whitney F135, but it is the PW600 variant on the F-35B. Unlike the F-35A, these refill air-to-air with drogue and probe. They don't have an arresting hook. The F-35A does. Lots of differences, a lot heavier the F-35B than the A, because of the engine being almost double than the Pratt & Whitney's F135 PW100. Because it is all that. Welcome to the show, our first show of the week. Feels like we haven't done a show for a while. It usually does. I haven't done a show since Thursday. It was looking emotional for a show today, but we got there in the end. Perseverance, patience is what you need. We may even have an arrival of an Italian Air Force C-130J, which is kind of cool because they're using 05. Hope we're all good, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. And well, 100K. We were just celebrating 100K and now we're on 101 already. So thank you very much for all our supporters out there. We now have a very fancy tick next to our name on YouTube. It's pretty cool. The channel's now been verified. Kind of fancy, I guess, isn't it? It's a verified channel. I feel proud. Ted does as well. So the F-35B is a Stovall variant, short takeoff and vertical landing. I'll talk you through how it all works with its Rolls-Royce edition. That's what keeps it hovering. The F-35B's capability of hovering is all down to Rolls-Royce's lift system, which connects via the shaft as well to the Pratt & Whitney F135PW 600 variant. It can do what's called a short takeoff. So one of the questions I do get asked quite a lot is, Nikos, can it actually take off vertically? Can it do a vertical takeoff like the Harrier? The answer is it can, but it doesn't, because of the stresses and the weight of the aircraft. They don't really do it, so to save that kind of stress on the airframe, they do what's called a short takeoff. And I can tell you now, we do have examples of this on our YouTube catalogue of videos where you can enjoy the short takeoff. And the really cool thing is that we've got these videos pretty much only... I think I managed to catch them a long time ago, but I didn't realise what was going on. But it was nice because our recent ones, the runway was completely wet. And the good thing is you can see all the force and the pressure and all the blast coming out of it. It's very impressive. It doesn't need a lot of a runway. If you thought the Typhoon was impressive from 8 seconds, you want to have a look at this. The way this gets up, it can take off way before the Typhoon, of course. But this, of course, the speed is different. It is hovering. It can vertically land. Unlike the Harrier, which could hover for a few minutes, this could just keep going as long as it's got fuel and I guess the oil temp, the engine temp is fine. It can hover for as long as it requires it to do so, not that there's some sort of record or anything like that. So the F-35B Lightning in the Royal Air Force, it's not called a Lightning II because this is technically the Royal Air Force's third Lightning. They don't call it a Lightning III. So yeah, the P-38 Lightning was their very first edition. But it didn't really work out very well because it was lacking or missing the superchargers that gave that wonderful performance on the P-38 Lightning. So the RAF weren't actually happy about it, so they kind of got rid of it. They cancelled the contract, there was only like three. I think there was about 3 or somewhere along those lines. So they cancelled that. And then of course in the 60s we got the English Electric Lightning as well. And then of course we've got this. But yeah, sadly the contract was cancelled with the P-38 Lightnings because it was just missing the the capabilities and the characteristics of the P-38, which was indeed the superchargers that were missing. But there we go, that's history for you. That history was made in 2018 when the F-35Bs arrived here at RAF Marham. The wind's just starting to knock on the door. So yeah, it'll be quite exciting to get a nice mix of F-35A and B. I don't have any news on when they're coming, the F-35A. They have been ordered. I can't remember how many. That will operate first of all with 207. That has been confirmed with 207 operational conversion unit. So it'll be more in a training role, the F-35As, which is, like I said, it's really exciting to get a nice mix. It'll be great. Looking forward to that. But the F-35A's range is a lot more than the B. It's got a much better payload and a combat radius as well. 300 nautical miles range more, or 2,200 kilometers range on the F-35A, as opposed to 1,667 kilometers on the B variant. But the internal fuel capacity is a lot more as well, by about 5,000 pounds. Again, substantial. G rating on the F-35A is a 9, whereas the B is +7. Payload, again, 3,000 pound more on the A. It is all that, a lot more thrust as well. So, you know, but one can hover and one can't. And what we got here? I can hear something. Okay, we've got the C-130, but I can't see it at the minute. the clouds are that bad. Can't see it. So yeah, I think it's 12, thanks Chris for that, 12 F-35As that have potentially been ordered. These are going to be brand spanking new, but they all have their capabilities, they all have differences. That's how low, you get an idea of how low the cloud is at the minute. It is pretty bad. We are starting to get some blue skies approaching, which would be quite nice. It is just to my right, so just got a little bit of rain as well to deal with right now. This should hopefully just pass through and give me a nice break for a little bit. Okay, I can just about see the C-130 now. Here we go. I love these shots through the clouds, in and out. Coming into land. Okay, the F-35B's on the move. So you can just about hear the Pratt & Whitney's F135 PW600 engine. Beautiful. It is all that. We'll talk you through the engine in just a moment. flights in now. Don't know if we're going to get the 1 or 2, so definitely got 1. 1 is better than none, and it looks like we got a C-130 from Italy coming here as well. No, we got 2. That's our second one. So this will be 207 Squadron. First to receive and operate the Avro Manchester. Echo Mike with their World War II markings on their Lancasters and other aircraft as well as such. So best get ready because I've got 1 incoming and 2 outgoing. This could be Bolt flight, I think it is. Get ready, ladies, gents and teddy bears, here we go. So there are benefits, pros and cons as we say, for my position for each runway in use. Okay, so let's hope for vertical landings as well. And we got our C-130, there it is now. Nice to see a C-130, a C-130J. Those propellers on the C-130J, nice blades, similar to the A400 propellers. So look, engines 1 and 4 have shut down, look, by the look of it, and this is just an optical illusion from here. It does look like they are shut down, and they've got engines 2 and 3 running for the taxi, by the look of it. Does look like engine 1 and 4 have been shut down, doesn't it? Look at that. I'll get a better look at it in a moment. Yeah, I'd say they were shut down, right? Go, engine 2 and 3 just shutting down. Lovely. It's all right, isn't it? Not often we see that in Italian. I don't think I recall an Italian Air Force C-130. welcome to the show, ladies and teddy bears. I'll let them get whatever it is they're getting out, just in case. Oh, I've got a bug on me F-35. Oh, there's someone coming over here, but I'll just zoom over there. So I'm just going to show you our F-35B. Hopefully we get a wonderful, wonderful vertical landing. And I'll just show you our F-35B. Not many, welcome to the show by the way, not many know how the F-35B works, as opposed to how does it hover. But we'll give you all those details in just a second. But this is our F-35B Lightning of our Royal Air Force. It's a wonderful STOVL aircraft, a short takeoff and vertical landing. And one of the things, because it is quite heavy, this aircraft, it is a very heavy aircraft because of the additional size of the engine. Just to put you into perspective, the length of the F-35A and the C's engine, which is a Pratt & Whitney F135 PW100, okay, the size of those, before I tell you the B variant, the length is 220 inches, that's 5.59 meters, okay, on the F-35A and C, all right, so 5.590 meters, that's 220 inches. The 600, PW600, is 369 inches long. That's 9.37 meters. That's massive. You know, that is huge. A massive engine with that. But it is a 3-stage fan, a huge turbo fan with a 6-stage high P pressure compressor. It does have a bypass ratio of 0.51 on a power lift with the F-35B. Standard bypass is 0.56, just like the Pratt & Whitney's other engine, by about 0.1. So it's 0.57 to 1 on the A and the C. This is 0.56. And it uses that bypass, which I'll explain in just a moment. Thrust at 27,000 pounds of thrust, with afterburner at 41,000 pounds of thrust, which we'll go into detail just in just a second with that. So what I want to show you is how does it hover? How does it hover? How did it hover? Well, here we go. So it can hover for pretty much as long as it wants to, but why would you want to just hover for that length of time? Probably around, I think they've done a 12-minute, 15-minute, but anyway, this is how it works, ladies, gents and teddy bears, because what Rolls-Royce have done is something marvelous. It's an absolutely beautiful engine. It is game-changing technology, as they say, and it's all down to Rolls-Royce connecting their masterpiece, their lift system, and it's the only vertical lift technology for fighter jets in production in the world. It's linked with a 5th generation aircraft, and you know, the performance of it, it's down to its latest and greatest digital control and fan system, which we'll show you as well, and precise power lift and short takeoff and vertical landing, which is what's called STOVL. It is a descendant of the Pegasus engine, and it's comprised of, which we'll show you, the lift fan itself, the drive shaft, the free bearing swivel module or free BSM, and the roll posts, and the 50-inch hollow bladed system as well. Now let's have a quick nose of what we got here then, right? So when it's about to go into hover mode or STOVL mode, the first thing you notice is this opening up, if I can do it, which is the auxiliary air intake. Now let me just brighten this up a little bit. There we go, that might be better. This opens the auxiliary air intake, and the bottom of the lift system opens up as well, okay? Of course, the gear with additional blue tack, which we'll go into detail as well. Right, this opens up, and the lift fan's hood opens up. There's a reason for this shape, okay, which I'll explain in just a moment, okay? It was all down to aerodynamics and the way it sucks in air. Once this opens up, there's two ways you can look at it. It's almost like a helicopter because of the rotating blades, and it's almost like having an engine but vertically pointing rather than horizontal like you got in the back, yeah? So not only has it got a downwards thrust here already, this sucks in all this air, okay, and pushes down the thrust. Now these grills, these slats, they can move forward and back. This can actually make the aircraft move hover forward and back, but not yet. It can't do that just yet because it can't hover just with this. It's not enough to do that. Now this is all powered up over here and connected. Now the Pratt & Whitney engine, the F135, actually starts here, but the whole PW600 is all this. That's massive. So in theory it should only just be this on a F135 PW100, but nah, it's all the way out here. So how does it all work? So you've got all that air going on, right? And the power is 29,000 shaft horsepower delivered to the lift system from Pratt & Whitney's F135. So that's the shaft. You can see that little pipe there connecting it. So we're all right so far, but you still can't hover. Now that bypass air that we were talking about, the 0.51, the bypass is able to be pushed out through these roll posts. They're just here, okay? Now what that does, that air can be used to pitch the aircraft left and right in hover mode. So you've got the grills under there for forward and back, and then you've got the air coming out through the roll post. But you still can't hover just yet. You're going to need a little bit of free BSM, which is thrust vectoring. So it's called a free BSM, which I'll explain why. It can rotate 95 degrees in just 2.5 seconds. When doing a short takeoff, this will be down at 45 degrees in proper hover mode, straight down, okay, like that. Okay, now you've got all that thrust pushing down, about 41,000 pounds of thrust pushing down. Now you can hover, okay, now you can hover. So your bypass air we were talking about, yeah, you can do that. The reason for this as well, auxiliary air intake, that's almost like, that can almost become like a filter for debris and stuff like that, and FOD. The design, okay, now we spoke about RCS a long time ago. You see all these zigzags everywhere that create a low radar profile. Oi, oi! They did do this. In fact, they had a different system. They had a double intake on the original designs, right? But what they found, it hindered the suction. It hindered the airflow. So they had to keep this round, which is why it's this shape. Otherwise, it will be emotional for it. Okay, so that is pretty much how it hovers, all down to that. Now, the free BSM is really clever. It's called free BSM because it twists into, it's a free bearing swivel module. It's split into 3 sections. So it twists, it is amazing. It is mesmerizing to watch. And the reason why it does this, if it didn't, and it just went from straight down, you're gonna end up going all over the place, because what the problem is, if you didn't do it in these sections, it will just go, whoa, 45 degrees, whoa, and go out of control. It's done this way to allow it to configure so you haven't got that sharp, whoa, hang on, what was going on here? Because if it just went straight down like that, it would, straight down, it will probably affect the hover mode, is my guess on that. But there we go, there's the F-35B. The blue tack, what that can do, that can land on like a dashboard on your vehicle or your desk at home. It's able to do that, right? Can it hover without the gear? Correct, it can hover without the landing gear down. The reason why you see that at air shows, it's for security. The reason why you see that at an aerodrome, again, you won't be allowed to land if you don't confirm to tower that you don't have your gear down. Tower will be like, nah, negative clearance. There we go. So that's our F-35B. Let's have a quick nose. There's our C-130 over there. Let's have a look what else we got coming up later on. Let me see. I don't think we're going to get anything else, you know, today. I think that could be it. And I love saying this because I'm always wrong, which is great, because that means we're going to get more aircraft. But I was hoping for just maybe 1 or 2. I've got the 1 or 2. Everything else now is a bonus. I'm just going to wait for whatever's going on down there just to clear a little bit. It looks, you got fire brigade there and stuff. You got the fire rescue teams over there for a minute. Let me just let them do that bit. we got a practice diversion or something. What have we got here? Yep, this is an Embraer Phenom from RAF Cranwell. Now the pilot training here and the crew will be training to go on to the A400 and the C-17, and they too will go to an operational conversion unit number 24 at RAF Bryce Norton. It's got a similar layout to the A400 to get them sort of ready, familiarization. Hope we're all good and well, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Thank you for your patience today, because right, yeah, thank you for your patience today. It is military aviation, and you know, it can be quite challenging. I've got potentially another long wait tomorrow. Ooh, this is a good one, because we're at Mildenhall tomorrow, and then I'm hoping for some heavies. You never know with Mildenhall when to start. Could be any time. They are a 24-hour base. They can start late or as early as 8. Nah, it is. This is practice diversion coming up from Cranners, RAF College Cranwell. Oi, oi. And for those on our members only Discord server could see what emotional weather we've had today here. It's still a bit dark and dingy over here. We did have blue skies, as I was saying, but they've now gone on holiday. No worries, no worries. I'm all for having rain, don't worry, because at the end of the day we do need it. Gardens are looking a bit like the Sahara Desert at the moment. Been a nice mix. We've had 2 F-35Bs, a C-130J of the Italian Air Force, and now RAF Cranwell on the case in the space of Marham. How we doing? Hope we're all good. RAF Marham, thank you for being legends. Had a nice chat with them today. Earlier today was horrendous. Really, really. We've had quite a long spell of really punchy winds lately. Nice touch and go, literally. Oh, it's getting a bit bad now. Gust at me. Oh, goodness, salmon. Well, it's certainly picking up now, back to how it was earlier this morning, which is not very nice. us today. Ted Coningsby channel, proud to have you with us. As always, thank you for your support. Right, let's try and turn around carefully. Bear with me on this. The wind has literally picked up to how it was earlier today, so sorry, I just got myself in a twist there. No worries. You can probably hear that wind howling. Challenging in this low approach coming up. Word, that's going to be a challenge. Try and get my balance on here. This is really challenging. I wonder what it's like up there. It must be pretty bad up there. Whoa, 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 whoa. Yeah, I'll let that one go for a minute. I've got a funny feeling I can hear an F-35B spooling. I don't know whether that's just like Pratt & Whitney tinnitus or something. It's really hard to tell with this wind just blasting at me. Earlier, it was really bad earlier this morning, and it's just it's gone weird. Alright, it's our Embraer Phenom just coming back for another go. Whew. Challenging up here. Here we go. You know I love it really. Tighten this up a little bit. That was the fire teams there, bless them. And of course, we'll do our housekeeping and our awareness as well very shortly. It's something that we're going to push forward for the aviation enthusiast community, which we'll call surveillance awareness. That's what we call it. TEDS situational awareness. How's that? Is that alright? I just made that up, but I think it's a good thing. We're going to push this forward. This is lovely, look at this. And we do see this quite a few times here, the aircraft from RAF Cranwell doing their practice diversions. And it's good, it familiarises themselves that you know, they will be operating at various bases, not to get too familiar with their own aerodrome, a different place, different space, you know, get to, because Cranwell is quite busy, you know, RAF Cranwell, and it can sort of not give them that much opportunity to do as many, although, wow, we've seen many times at Cranwell how busy it can be. But there we go. Purpose of low approaches and touch and goes in these circuits and go arounds is you know, a few reasons really as well, not only for emergency purposes as well, because a touch and go or a low approach could be used for emergency situations. If for example there's an aircraft coming into land in front of them and something happens, or a vehicle or an animal runs across, or just something that's a split-second emergency that literally just happens while they're on final, they're able to execute a touch and go or a low approach. Or, you know, let's admit it, you know, things can be done not perfectly, so if the pilot's just got it wrong, then they are comfortable and, you know, professional enough to go, right, go around, not happy with it. But the other sense and the other purpose for doing a touch and go is to get them to get more training in takeoff and landing. So normally you go on a sortie, you take off and land, there you go, one landing, one takeoff. But touch and goes can give the pilot an opportunity to get more practicing more takeoff and landings on an unfamiliar airfield, doing a low approach, something, you know, that we see a lot on military training. This is all training, ladies, gents, teddy bears, for those new to this. All our coverage is all training, nothing to worry about, anything like that. Well, we wouldn't be here if it was something else. There is a NATO exercise going on, so we will, as we've just seen, we will see other NATO aircraft arrive or depart from here. There's an exercise going on with various countries taking part. This is normal. We do get lots of exercises. Some we know about, some we are not. Oi, oi. Some we don't really get to hear about, as in publicised that often, but they are there. Look at that, nice textbook, lovely. Get the power on, look at that, nicely done. A replacement to the ex-aircraft such as the Beech King 200 and what was it, the Domini and the Jetstream that was once at Cranwell as well. So this is the Phenom T1 that's doing the circuits. And, it's powered, well, it's flown by 45 Squadron, for those who don't know. It's powered by two of the Pratt & Whitney Canada PW617 F turbofan engines. They produce 1,695 pounds of thrust. And you can get a good range with it with 4 occupants, about 1,178 nautical miles. That's 2,182 kilometers, with a length of 42 feet 1 inch at 12.82 meters. It's got a wingspan of 40 feet 4 inches. That's 12.3. So yeah, it's good. And it can have a service ceiling of 41,000 feet, which is, you know, amazing for a training aircraft like that. There it is now. You know, Pratt & Whitney, they make superb engines with a long history. These are the PW617F Canada engines. So this will be the multi-engine training going on. Shout out to all our viewers. How are we all doing? Hope you're well. Wherever you're watching from in the world, how are we all doing? Hope you're feeling well and hope you all had a great weekend. What have you been up to this weekend? Did you have a good one? Hope you did. Had a nice chilled out one. I was learning quite a bit about drag and the approach towards aircraft, sorry, the approach and mindset on drag during World War II and the challenges and, you know, sort of remedies for it. It was amazing. And I got to learn quite a bit. I got to learn another cool fact about the short Sterling bomber as well, that I've never, the gouge flap absolutely stunned me, created by the Short brothers. The gouge flap is something you see in modern aircraft, almost like the extended leading edge, the way it elevates out mechanically, and the Short brothers had something like that, but to decrease or increase the wing area, whether you need that drag or not, whether you need that lift. It was amazing, which I will show you in just a moment. Then I'll tell you what, maybe some of you know this, but I did not know that, because I thought when bombers are getting hit in the wing area, because you got some big fuel tanks there, I didn't know that they also had a special rubber, like almost like a special coating with rubber, and it was self-healing. That's probably the wrong word, but it it could actually, once it got penetrated by a bullet, it can actually repair the hole. It can actually fill the hole back up. Did you know that? Because I didn't know that. It had these special layers of rubber that was self-healing. It's a really bad word I'm using here, a really bad technical term, but it was self-fixing or self yeah, from getting punctured, it was self-repaired. How good is that? I mean, did you even know that? And the way it worked, when the rubber penetrates through into the fuel tank, the rubber would actually push itself back and cover the hole. I mean, that for me is just, and that was in the short Sterling bomber. So that's my little fun fact. And then I was learning about this Spitfire, and you know, it was doing all right. It was doing alright, and then suddenly it couldn't keep up with it couldn't keep up with the FW190 anymore. This particular Spitfire just couldn't. It was slowing down, and they worked out that it was some of the wear and tear on it, the drag, and I didn't know this, and I was kind of hinting at it. I was hinting at the exhaust dampeners on a Lancaster. Do you remember I said about them covering them to stop the flames showing at night, where fighters used to take on the attack on them? And I said to you, they're quite draggy. I didn't realise that even a rivet sticking out could cause major upsets. Even leaks, air leaks, you know, through really bad insulation, could cause aerodynamic flow problems. The enemy for aerodynamics for speed is drag. You know, on aircraft's enemy of speed is drag. And I was learning about that this Spitfire had lost 25 miles per hour because the riveting has been slightly coming undone. Some of the panels were kind of sticking out a bit, and that drag lost it 25 miles per hour. That you know, that's quite substantial if you think about it. So that was kind of like how important. And I was having a look at factories. This really cool video that I watched from the 40s about manufacturing these panels, about all these like instruments that they would use to make sure they were perfect. Like even the ground crew with the hard studs on some of their footwear, the scratches would damage the Spitfire when they were walking on it. So they introduced those sort of, you know, they could use some like special rubber matting, or actually use plimp soles, or you know, start putting coating on the Spitfire where they would walk on there and things like that. It was amazing, and it showed on this aerodynamic graph the drag caused by poor rivets being put in, scratches, panels just slightly bulging, wear and tear, and you know, and that's just on a little panel and some rivets a bit loose, losing 25 miles per hour, and that was just some of the problems. So it was amazing when I was learning all that. It was really cool, really something else. You know, lots of fun facts. You remember the Wellington bomber story about putting it together in 23 hours 50 minutes? I didn't know they were supposed to do it in 30 hours. The record was 48 hours. What I didn't know, they had to wake up the pilot because they've done it earlier by 7 hours. And they flew it in 24 hours 15 minutes. So that's about an hour, isn't it? 23:50, no, less than an hour after they build it. I think there's a video of a ground crew still just polishing up a little bit as it was being taxied out, and the pilot, I forgot his name, but I'm going to write a few more notes, and it was just amazing. You know, some of the things that I found was just phenomenal, and I like to deliver it to you guys. You know, I like to deliver that knowledge to you, that bit of education, because it is fascinating. I did wonder what happens to, you know, bombers when they got hit in the fuel tanks, and it was amazing. It really was. Yeah, I saw this chart of drag. Oh, I've got another one for you as well. The other thing I learned as well, which we'll talk about if the wind allows it. Speaking of aerodynamics and gravity, and then I learned a bit more about payload and damage that it can cause to its own aircraft. I know, right? You probably think, Nicholas, what are you on about? Well, you know, you see videos. The question came from our very own Dr. Soda, and it got me thinking. When an aircraft drops its payload, so let's say it was fully loaded, like, I don't know, take the Sterling bomber, you know, take the Sterling, 14,000 pounds bombs. When it, I mean, that's 14,000 pound lighter, right? Does it A, gain speed or gain altitude? It's lighter. All right, the question came from that, but also the question arose where if you've got bombs and missiles and you release them, they're going to suddenly be reacting to gravity, right? Yes and no. You see, because of the low gravity that they're subjected to, some missiles could actually be pushed back up and actually damage your own aircraft. So what they do on modern fighters as well, they have these little I forgot what they're called. They're like projectiles that push, and like mini explosions to push the missile and the rockets, or the missiles and the bombs. They push it out with these little tiny little explosions. They don't release them, as you might think, because that's what I thought. I thought, yeah, let go. But when it's subjected to airflow that's got an aircraft that's going 200 miles per hour, it could create a bit of lift and actually hit your own aircraft. So it was a fascinating thing, really amazing. I love it. I love stuff like that. It was really cool. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. We're live here at RAF Marham. How are we doing? Well, hopefully our two that have gone out earlier, our two F-35s, hopefully they give us a vertical landing for us to get excited about, because that's pretty much what it's all about here at Marham for us aviation enthusiasts. Is the highlight is not the takeoff, it's the landing, and it is exciting to see, you know, a 5th generation aircraft hover like that. It is impressive, it really is. The skills and the accuracy is phenomenal, especially in really high winds. And a question was asked, and I had a look for them. For those that asked the question, does the F-35B in strong winds point at the wind? Okay, so just like on takeoff, just like crosswind landings, and the answer is yes, they do. They do point towards it, so they'll point where the wind is coming from, which is amazing. So as in not the tailwind part, the headwind, so they'll have the wind blowing towards the head of the aircraft or the cockpit, a bit like you would do anyway on takeoff or a crosswind landing, for example. Really good questions there. If you've got any questions about the aircraft history of the base, or anything to do with the aviation itself, related on topic with here, or anything as such like that related, then I'll do my best to answer it. If I can't, we do have very knowledgeable viewers on our channel anyway that can help out. She'll probably get to the answer before me. I think that could be its last circuit. Yeah, I'd say so. I think so. Actually, I'm going to go with think so. Right, I'm just going to not. Maybe it is coming back for another one. Woo! Yeah, looks like we got another one. I've just had a quick flick through. Thanks a lot, Alan Burden, for that explosive release unit. Thank you very much. Of course, being an armourer yourself, or ex-armourer, that's perfect. Thank you. I did say we do have some very knowledgeable and experienced members of the channel as well. Is that gone downwind and then departing? Yeah, it has. I think that's it for that one. Yeah, it was really cool. So there was a few that joked and said try and do something non-plane related, Nick Cost. Me, never. I couldn't do that, could I? Nay. Alright, there's our Italian Air Force C-130 that came in earlier. Right. Goodness me, I don't know if you can hear that wind, it's pretty bad. Well, I hope you're all good, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Hope we're well. But yeah, that's here comes Cranwell's Embraer again. It's not done just yet. I'm not sure what the oh, this is nice. Oh, nice, nice. I'm in a twist now. See, oh, beautiful. That was a lovely turn. Amazing. Love that. That was good. Yeah, so lots to learn over the weekend for me. Loads of stuff that I learned. I mean, I was really fascinated about, well, actually quite a lot of stuff actually. So one, I'll have to show you the Sterling if I can. I didn't even know it had that, the gouge flaps. Amazing. So that it could actually have the wing area smaller by retracting, almost like the leading edge on some of these modern civilian jets, which I have no idea what they are, like I don't know, Boeing 747 or something, the 777, the extended leading edge. This was the other way. It would actually retract or sort of slide in. I'll have to show you what I mean. The gouge flaps, amazing. So that it would basically extend them out to get lift, but once you've got that, it actually decreased the stall speed when carrying loads of heavy payload. I would actually retract them. It was quite clever, really. It was something that you'd see on modern aircraft. They didn't even think they had this. That was fascinating. The story about the fuel tanks having this rubber concoction, shall we say, or rubber, the way it had rubber, it was constituted with rubber. It was amazing how it would I'm trying to figure the right word. It will self-repair, and the holes, almost like a self-puncture repair kit almost. It would actually self-repair the holes. So there we go. It was pretty fascinating the way it did that. How are we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're all good and well. Hope we're good. Let me just check something. Yeah, we're all good. Oi, oi. Love it, love it, love it. Hope we're all good. Right, I think we're safe to do this now. I don't think there's any aircraft. Let me just put this. Oh, Marham approach. What's this? Self-sealing. That's the word. Thank you. Hang on. I think we got aircraft coming in. Hang on. Self-sealing. That's the one. Thanks. I couldn't think of the word. I love it. I love it here. Aye, aye. Thank you. Bless them. Yeah. So Ted was going to do Ted's safe plane spotting and situational surveillance. But I don't think I can do it just yet. I think we've got aircraft coming in. Cranwell 3-3, low approach again. So I don't think Cranwell's done yet. Lovely oi oi there. Self-sealing. Thank you very much. I could not think of the word. Yeah, and the way I can describe it, again, there's look out for future diagrams. The way, once the bullet went in, okay, the rubber would actually sort of be forced back and fill the hole. So self-filling, self-healing, self-sealing. Which is remarkable. I didn't think about that. But obviously it can only take so much. You know, it wasn't completely indestructible, unfortunately. Yeah, so ladies, gents, teddy bears, you know, may have seen and heard on the news about, hang on, I've got a funny feeling the F-35s are coming out. Yeah, I'll be alright. So I'm gonna give it an official Ted name, but like I said, we are, you know, we are quite a you know, a tight, a strong community, the plane spotting world, and with all the nasty stuff going on in the world. And what I mean by that is people that ruin it for others. So Ted says that we've got to be a little, you know, be more aware and have almost like Ted surveillance, you know, and assist. You know, security always starts at home, right? So what I'm saying is that when we come here now, I think we need to be just a bit more sort of like a little bit more not proactive, but a little bit more vigilant. That's probably the right word. Have a more of a vigilant attitude to the surroundings. Now what I mean by that is, you know, are there people here spotting, or are they up to no good? This is all I'm trying to get at. And there's so much we can do out here before things go wrong over there. All right, so, you know, I've always said our housekeeping rules, you know, the basics, like don't block the crash gates, I'm away off that, don't rest your ladders on the fence, don't climb the fence, well, certainly don't do that. But what I'm saying now, we live in a world where it's now getting a little bit you know, I don't want to put a downer on the whole thing, but we need to be a little bit more vigilant. Let's support the men and women that give us joy. All right, that, you know, we're here for the planes, and there's sadly other people that are not. Okay, and Ted's hitting it right home. Enough's enough. And Ted says we got to be a little bit more vigilant. And Ted's got a really good idea, and he's saying that, you know, be a little bit vigilant. Are there people asking odd questions, like, you know, just not plane spotting related things? Like, that's a bit personal, in it, for, you know, just, you know, unfamiliar accents and people just sort of loitering around or walking around the perimeters with no camera. I know cameras is one thing. Maybe they're here to, maybe they didn't bring one. We've all got a phone. Maybe they didn't bring a phone. There's only so many like coincidences of them, you know, with things like that. So we just need to be a lot more vigilant, is, you know, and if you are going to report it, you know, one thing we do ask is that if it is an emergency, to call 999 straight away. We don't want anyone confronting these people. But if you are going to report it, do it safely, do it out of sight. You know, I think I'm probably going to create a leaflet that I'm going to download and print it out and give it out to people, you know, if we spot anything. I think it's a good idea, and it's things that you might not think about. Any tattoos, the car, the vehicle, make, model, colour of the hair. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here they are. But yes, you know, it's to help our Royal Air Force and support them from all the way out here. And they'll appreciate that if you spot anything like that. Better to be safe than sorry in this crazy world that we live in, unfortunately. But there we go. I won't put a, you know, completely different tone on the stream, but look at this. This is awesome. Here we go. Could be a nice break. Here we go. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Really good. That looked absolutely incredible. thing. Approach. The roller's out. This looks good. Absolutely phenomenal. Love it, love it, love it. 207 Squadron, the operational conversion unit. Vertical landings, because it ain't no bother to hover. Look at this, beautiful. Well, I hope you enjoyed that, because that was just worth just the two. To come here just to see that. Not many people have seen that in real life, and I can tell you now, people that do come and see this for the very first time are mesmerized, because it is amazing. It really is outstanding stuff. And the wind calmed down just for that. And you could see there them, they were both pointing at, you know, in the direction that the wind was coming from. So there you go. There they are there now. Just you can see there the different colours of the coating of the canopy there. It is a special coating to absorb electro radar frequencies, and depending on the angle, depending on how much coating there is on there, give a purple, blue, orange hues at times. But they all look the same when you're inside. They all give out the same colour from the inside, so the pilot hasn't got a different view or anything. Something I do get asked quite a lot about, the blue orangey look. It is all to do with the coating. Newer canopies, I believe, have extra coating or something like that. I can't remember totally. Some of it is quite classified, really, but depending on the angle, they can appear to be sort of bluey orange and then go orange, depending on the angle and the amount of coating that's on there. think our Italian Air Force C-130 might have just started up, I think. I'm just going to have a little nose at it in just a sec. Just welcome back 207 Squadron's masterpiece. Absolutely phenomenal. I hope you enjoyed that, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Hope you enjoyed that, because that was certainly worth just coming here just to see that. It really is. It gets me all the time. Very much for you, Stevie boy. Glad you enjoyed that. Dr. Alan Burden, Margot Aspen, how you doing? G Van Pulliam, Blocks, Julie Beard, Ange Baker, Davey, Christopher Carr, Synchro Tones, Mayhem Marshy, 1CAG, Kathy H. Hope you're all good. Betty Boop, how you doing? Who says spectacular? Hope you're all good. Ellie J Approach, how you doing? Hope you're all good. Nah, it is. We Stevie boy, 12 days, cannot wait. I know those. I know. I love those mechanical noises that they make. Right, there's like a little mechanical sort of whining mechanical noise. It's hard to explain when they're hovering like that. Absolutely amazing. Hope we're all good. Jamie Typhoon, how you doing? Margot, hope you're good. Believe the C-130 has started up. Yeah, absolutely. It's part of RAM, radar absorbing material that's coated. I think the Typhoon has also some sort of radar absorbing material on the canopy itself as well. There's our C-130. I believe it. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is running. There it is. So yeah, it's all about RCS, radar cross section. When it comes to stealth, it's to send back a lower profile than what you originally are. So basically what I'm saying, if you are an aircraft, you don't want it to look like an aircraft, as in the profile. The radar absorbing material with the radar absorbing tape, the frequencies that the F-35 can actually absorb is absolutely mega. I believe it's 0.1 megahertz right up to 60 gigahertz, which, well, as far as the S-400 surface to air missile is concerned, it won't be able to pick that up, or at least give it an opportunity to say hello. And so that's one aspect of low RCS, which on the F-35 is basically about the size of a golf ball, which that is impressive, because that's not really what you're looking out for on as far as enemy radar is concerned. For those that do ask a very good question then about radar cross section, if it is a low profile RCS, and how do the friendly radar, but it's all to do with the IFF that's on there, the identifier friend and foe. So they have a special sort of like a frequency that they can identify whether it is friend or foe. So very good. Aspen, how you doing? Hope we're all good. But yes, so it's all to do with radar cross-section. All those zigzags that you can see on the F-35, even down to the back of the nozzle, which is all serrated and zigzaggy. Again, it just sends radar waves elsewhere. For those wondering about radar absorbing material, on the Lockheed Martin, I've got this special coating on there. I believe it's got these iron pellets in there, or iron particles inside the paint, which actually start to heat up the radio waves from enemy radars and just suck it up. Nice. Yes, they do. They do reflect it. I can show you lots of examples, which I've done before, how it reflects. So you want all those zigzags that you can see that look like they've been taped on. They send radio waves, radio frequencies elsewhere. They ping it somewhere else. They throw it off its hook. Even the nose, from the nose. So what I'm talking about is, so even down to the nose, having a round nose makes the radio frequencies come all the way back to sender. What they do, they have a ridge, so it's not fully rounded, and it goes right up to the air intake. And that is common on that is common on stealth fighters, that. All right, so it deflects it. All these zigzags everywhere, all these serrations, even on the landing gear, all here. It's everything about it is a low RCS, radar cross-section. It's spectacular. Even down to the EOTS, the electro-optical targeting system, that's made out of sapphire, which can be located under here, like I've always said. So if you bought your loved one a sapphire jewellery, well, your loved one is special, because, well, not only are they special, sorry, you've got them a piece of F-35. Love it. Just kidding. Actually, no, I'm not. There we go. There's our C-130J of the Italian Air Force, ready for departure. But yeah, the whole thing, I've been studying radar cross-section on the B2 and the F-35 and the F-22, and it's, I'll tell you what, the F-35, yeah, it's got all that. It's really good. Well done to it. Radar cross-section and stealth doesn't mean invisible, don't forget. It's about how much you give back as a signature, as a, you know, it's phenomenal. Even down to having your air intakes on the top or on the sides of your fuselage gives you a lower RCS. Having a 90 degree angle from your elevator to your stabilizers, whether you got one or two, again, that gives you a higher RCS. You want to get rid of anything 90 degrees. You want as little as flat surface as possible. Very interesting. I don't know if this will be our last movement of the day, but we'll see. How we all doing? Hope we're all good. ever seen a heavy depart from here, have we? I don't recall. Well, not from this spot. I don't think we have we? Stephen Parkin, absolutely, the classified material is salmon. Salmon can be used for a low RCS, absolutely. How we're doing, it's time to get the TEDs out. Here we go. Thanks a lot, Chris Lane, Captain A, Wibs, Babzar, how you doing? Thanks for getting the TEDs out. Mayhem, Marshy Gucci Man. Hope we're all good. Margot Baxter, thank you very much. Shoy oi to Kevin Schreiner. Davey, Claire Bear. Claire Bear's on here as well. How you doing? Mark Garwood, Christopher Carr, Aspen. Here we go. Right, I'll be back with your shout outs in just a sec. While we get this butte, this Italian Air Force. Getting ready for departure. This will be quite good. I don't think I've ever got a heavy from here before, so this will be quite good. Nice little visitor. Well, look at this. Lovely, lovely surprise to have that today. I'll just keep my eye on it behind me. It might be turning around, you never know. But it's been a see, just we've only had 2 F-35s, and it's been great. To be honest, it's been good. We had quite a few approaches, didn't we, from the F-35s? And yeah, it was good. And Ted's flying his Mick Hudson flag, Norfolk flag there, as we are in Norfolk. Thank you very much, Ted. Norfolk flag there, lovely. Nice one, Teddy. Thanks a lot, everyone, for getting the TEDs out in Farnfield. How you doing as well? Jeff from AGR Models, how you doing? Thank you very much. Who's a massive contributor to our model collection, so thank you for that. Julie Beard, Alsace 2.0, not Captain Weber, Maryland, Avgeek, Alan Burden, Margot, Betty, Boot 161, Blocks, G Van Pulliam as well. LEJ Approach, Doncaster Lass, LEJ, Wee Stevie Boy, Pete Lawrence and Aspen, Durkas. Thank you very much, all of you, for getting the Teds out there. The wind is just starting to pick up again. Be careful of that beret, but it's Ted should be alright with that, isn't he, Ted? And Paul Cartledge, high five, welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron. A guards march to you. Mark Moody, who's part of our fighter squadron, congratulations on 9 months membership. Wouldn't have it any other way being here, that is LOL. Thank you very much. JP Mac Aviation, high five, welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Thank you. Purple Bat, member for 2 months, guards march. Babsar, high five, thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Pauline Elson as well, a guards march for being a member for 18 months. Wow. Mike 22 Delta, member for 21 months. Best channel on YouTube, thanks Ted, and thank you as well. Maryland Avgeek, oi oi, good afternoon, hope all is well, thank you very much, guards march. Debbie Brooks, who's part of our fighter squadron, a guards march to you for being a member fighter squadron as well, and 26 months of membership. Thank you so much. Let me just I'm back. Big fist pumps to Ted and a bear hug, please. There you go, bear hug to Debbie Brooks, thank you. Gary Mathers, guards march, member for 21 months and part of our fighter squadron as well. Nice one. Lovely to see fighter squadron members as well on here. Thank you very much for that massive support. Oi oi, Ted, Nikos and TCS, good afternoon. And I apologise for being late to the stream. No problem at all. It was a bit of a waiting game here. Hope you're all good. Colin Patterson, member for 19 months. Oi oi, Ted and Nikos, 19 months on counting. Proud to be on board, thank you very much. Christine Barnes, member for 26 months. Who's put, I like them all, A, B and C, guards march. Neil NG Auto Art, congratulations on 2 years. 24 months membership, 2 years, thank you Nikos, Claire Bear, Ted and the TCS. Thank you very much. Margot, thank you very much for the super sticker, guards march. Colin Patterson, a little extra contribution towards fuel, tea and salmon. Apologies, I don't get on the streams much these days. Keep up the great work. Thank you very much for that, very kind of you. Wee Stevie Boy, thank you very much. Guards march, thank you for the super sticker. And high five, thank you to Wee Stevie Boy for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership, guards march. Chris Bloxham, 27 months, thank you very much. Thank you Ted, Nikos, Claire Best, Spanner Flight and all the members and supporters that make this channel amazing. Dare now hit the like. Thank you very much for that, Chris. And of course, I've been a Spanner Flight as well. Mark Garwood, Vulcan Spitfire, celebrating 3 months. Happy to be here, 3 months and more to go. Guards march. Maryland Avgeek, hoping for some F-35Bs. Hope everyone's having an amazing afternoon. Love the content. Keep up the great work, Nichols. Thank you very much, Guards march. Margot, thank you very much for the super sticker, a Guards march. And a Guards march for Not Captain Baber, celebrating 26 months today. Nice. Another amazing month's membership to the greatest military YouTube channel there is. Thank you very much. Wee Stevie Boy, thank you very much for the super sticker. Christopher Carr, 27 months. What a great achievement on 100k and still growing. It is. It's on 101k. Amazing. Julie Beard, member for 14 months as well. 14 months on the best military aviation channel out there. Ted Coningsby, Nikos, 100k subscribers. I know, man. I know. Thanks a lot, Julie. Ian Farnfield, how does vertical landing work on the F-35 Pursuit? Thank you very much, Guards march. Which we did early on the stream, by the way. I did show you the example on that one. Melody R, member for 2 months. TCS, Posh Officers, Guards march. So yeah, if you missed my intro, if you just scroll it back to a model F-35, it will show you how it all works. Oh yeah. So we'll just stay put until about 3 o'clock, 1500 local, and see if we've got any more. Yes, we are at RIAT. We're going in on the Saturday. I'll repeat, we are there having a good time as tourists on the Saturday at RIAT. That's the Royal International Air Tattoo. So for those asking about the fuel tank, the fuel truck, I forgot what it's called, heavy refueling vehicle, HRV, they have to refuel it straight away whether it's going up or not, so don't always think it's going back up. Reason, it can create a lot of condensation, and it's, you know, water and fuel. You know, it's a really bad mixture for explosiveness, so for safety they fill it back up, okay, because it can create a bit of condensation in there. For safety reasons they fill it straight up, and also on a productive way it's ready for the next sortie. All right, so whether that's tomorrow or now, all right, so that's why they refuel it straight away, so it's done that way, for safety and efficiency as well, to do it that way, for those asking about that. So yeah, that is that's why it's doing that, with that, and that's why. So yeah, so don't forget, aviation fuel, A1 fuel, it's oil based fuel, so it doesn't, you know, does not give up a vapor, unlike avgas. All right, so avgas, which is like petrol, which is on these, is like JPA is a spirit based fuel, which does give off a vapor which is flammable, so it's to cut down the risk of condensation building up. So if you've got that condensation and a highly flammable, high octane jet fuel, avgas, then it's going to be a recipe for disaster. So which is why, two things: safety, fill it up, top it up, keep it mint, and then it's more efficient, it's ready for the next sortie as well. I mean, no one wants an F-35 with no fuel in it, isn't it? I mean, all right, it's got an empty weight of 24,000 pounds, but ain't going anywhere, is it? Nah, it is. Right, let me just grab a quick cup of tea and I'll be right back. 1 second. See ya. Oh, got it. Oh no, land on. I just had, sorry, on my model, I missed the photo opportunity. I just had a B on the F-35B, on my model, the F-35B with a B on it. Oh, I missed that opportunity. Literally an F-35B, or B squared. Right, quick cup of tea and we're all good. We got there in the end today. I was a bit worried about today, but we got there. lovely cup of tea. Well, let me just check what time the aerodrome closes. So I think it closes at 5 today. Let me just double check. Okay, 17:30 local. Right, okay. So, okay, we'll stay for a little bit. Show you our I'll have that cup of tea. I'm just going to show you our latest and greatest merchandise. Our latest merchandise is our Special Ops patch, which is now available. Oh, it looks a bit dark, doesn't it? Goodness me, the light is just deteriorating here as we speak. There's our new Special Ops patch done in that sort of subdued Special Ops low vis, which is available now at tedconingsby.co.uk. Check it out. And our stock has now been replenished. We had a delay, unfortunately. So for those that have been waiting from the, I think it was something like the 11th or the 16th, they will be shipped out at some point this week. Okay, so Claire Bear's working overtime to get them out for you. There we go, Special Ops patch available now. Gotta get them. Lighting out, sorry about that. It's a bit bright, doesn't it? There we go, that's a bit better. The light is all over the place here, the clouds scattered low and a few breaks of blue skies. Sound like some sort of weather reporter. Right, be right back. Oh, sun's coming out now, which is quite nice. The wind is slowing down. Right, I'm just going to stay put just for a little bit. Hopefully these go out. Let's see if I can get my short skirt bomber out. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're all good and well. And someone's asked a question about the comparison. I've got a little comparison chart here, actually, conveniently, if I may, as opposed to the size of the F-35 compared to, let's say, an F-22. I actually, without convenient, let's have a look. So I can show you, so you can at least have it on your screens there. You can see the F-22, how it differs to, let's say, an F-35A. So the F-22 is actually quite tall, and that's even though it sits really low on the ground. It's, I mean, I don't know if you've seen its massive stabilizers, but the F-22 height is at 5.08 meters, and the F-35A 4.4 and 4.36 on the B. Look, I've got them here. The length of it, again, substantial, 18.92 meters, 62, this is feet, 62 feet and 1 inch. Again, 51 to 2 and 51 foot 4 inches on the F-35A and the B. So, you know, almost 3 meters shorter, okay? 3 meters shorter the F-35 and the A and B compared to the... I haven't done the C variant, and that's where it becomes interesting. I've also got you the empty weights here as well. You could see the difference in empty weight on there. which is amazing. But 65,000 feet is a service ceiling on F-22. So there you go. You got, and I've also got your engine power and thrusters, the F-22s, F-119s, and I've got the F-35B here. Look at the size of the engine. Engine-wise, the F-35 F-135 PW600 is the longest at 9.37 meters. It is amazing. A couple of stats there for you to enjoy. How we're doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? Hope we're all good and well. Oh, where do you think you're going, Mosquito? $65,000 feet is 1.3 million Ted's high. That is amazing. Thank you. Thanks for that, Chris. Just before I'm just going to swap a mag over. Oh, it's a bit windy bit, isn't it? Be alright actually for a little bit. Let's have a look. Yeah. Let me just swap that over. Weather's been okay now. It's still a bit punchy and gusty, but there you go. Right, I'll try to see if I can. What I'll do, you know me, I'll fit in a bit of Marham history. Usually makes aircraft start up and fly out. how we doing? We've just got a bit of a wait now, but what I'll do, I'll talk, I'll talk history, see if we can get the aircraft to come out. They usually do. Oh my word. God, I'll tell you what, when the wind starts blowing like that, it does actually feel like for me, it feels like I've had a workout, because I've got to keep tense and try to push against the wind. It's quite ferocious, it really is. But there we go. How we doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? Goodness me. Oh man, that wind is a bit punchy, but hey, you know, we're used to that here. It's a Ted Coningsby channel, 101k already, which is wow. It's climbing and climbing, and thank you very much everyone who's been supporting the channel. It's just incredible ways. And like I said, we are just bringing in a different attitude, a more of a surveillance and situational awareness with our surroundings to keep a safer environment for ourselves, and thank you for that as well. And yeah, so welcome to RAF Marham, and it's one of those sounds like they're having a good time, or Red Ted's been trapped somewhere. It's but yeah, I've been learning a little bit more as I do with the Royal Flying Corps. Been going back to the days of the Army flying, and it's funny that actually, because the US Air Force wasn't a US Air Force as such as an independent. It was part of the Flying Corps of the Army in the US Army Air Corps, in the US Army. So you know, and that kind of was the same sort of thing here in the UK with the Royal Flying Corps, until the Royal Naval Air Squadron went their way, and the Royal Air Force amalgamated its flying corps, done by Sir Hugh Trenchard. Amazing. And Marham, and there are many Royal Flying Corps. What is a Royal Flying Corps? Well, it's before the Royal Air Force, during the First World War, and from 1912 we started to see airfields being built, and not really, I mean, looking at what I've read, the threats that we had here in in 1912 and onwards was really the Zeppelins. I've been reading a little bit of Ken Delve's book this morning while I was waiting, and that was fascinating, just having a quick read. It's called RAF Marham by Ken Delve, which I haven't got it here, like literally I can quickly show you, but it's amazing about how a lot of them were frustrated squadrons. They really wanted to get a victory, because the Zeppelins were a pain. They were, they didn't cause a lot of damage at some points, but then it got more serious. Advancements in the amount of armament. They weren't the quickest of flying ships, shall we say, airships, but the need for an airfield and air superiority was created. And let's face it, 1912, aircraft, 1906, it's not a lot if you think about it. It's not a lot of time period between that gap, and it's amazing how advancements in technology. So we got like the likes of RFC Bexwell nearby here. We've got Narborough. There was an airfield here for the Royal Flying Corps, and Marham's history does date back to August 1916, and it started life out as a Royal Flying Corps airfield. It was built close to the former RNAS, the Royal Naval Air Service, Narborough, just over there, about a couple of miles the way the backwards crow flies. But that later changed as well to RAF Narborough. And Marham was built to defend Norfolk with its squadrons from the Zeppelin raids, which were really impacting London. So Norfolk's sort of squadrons were here to defend Norfolk, and from what I've read, some squadrons, like with the likes of the first start of the Second World War, the Spitfires and Hurricanes, went up to get the first aerial victory. It was like, we want some action. And it's true, there was some of Bomber Command that just wanted to join Bomber Command because they were going to see action. It was that mentality. They wanted to get that aerial victory. However, if you know the story about Barking Hill, then it wasn't a very good start for the Royal Air Force because they actually shot down their own. But that's another story. But the failure with IFF, for example. You know, you've got to start somewhere. You know, you've got to start somewhere in technology. So like I said, the Zeppelins, you know, it's a lot of disasters from takeoff, a lot of disasters from landing. The weather still impacts movement even today. So when you see really low visibility weather, it really is even today's problem. If you can't see your target, you can't just chuck your bombs anywhere you want. You need a military target. And then even Bomber Command, I was reading about Bomber Command, even that nearly didn't happen. The Hague didn't want an aerial, they nearly banned aerial bombing. They nearly banned it, you know, in mid-30s. But of course it was led for discretion, because what makes a military target? What is a military target? However, the Zeppelin raids would just seem to be impacting the civilians. So it was really, you know, something needed to be done. And the likes of the Royal Flying Corps, with their their biplanes, such as the FE2B, the first squadron here was 51 Squadron of the Royal Flying Corps, and the Royal Aircraft Factory FE2B were flown from here, which was a very sort of like a very skeleton looking biplane. But you've got to start from somewhere. Technology just doesn't happen overnight. Even the thinking from having your engine at the back of the Wright brothers were doing it, but they found that fatalities from crash landings happen because the engine would crush the pilot. So the thinking was, hang on, let's put the engine at the front. And then you've got all these aerodynamic designs, and the Short brothers as well, and Handley Page, the likes of them, and Curtis, and all these manufacturers, you know, the Vickers and you know, RJ Mitchell with Supermarine, all these flying boats, and all these started to come into effect, and you learn, you develop from what you have. It is amazing, honestly. The engineering side of it is amazing. But the FE2B was powered. It was a 6-cylinder water-cooled inline piston engine. It was a Beardmore engine, and it produced 160 horsepower. Marham also served as a training base for night flying as well, with squadrons 51, 190, 191 and 193, and they were training squadrons here, and were based at Marham. And during the First World War, RAF formed from the letter from Hugh Trenchard and said, right, let's get one flying independent unit, an air force. And he did on the 1st of April. It was approved 1st of April 1918, as the RFC merged with the Royal Naval Air Service. When the end of the First World War did come on armistice, Marham bombed Narborough with bags of flour. I love this story. And in return, Narborough bombed Marham with bags of soot. The last squadron, 51, they left Marham in 1919, and the aerodrome closed. Now, here's the thing. So you've just had a First World War, okay, and interesting from my background, reading about the Trojan War, that seemed to be like the very classic first ever World War, right? But anyway, after the First World War, the UK had around 300 military aerodromes, and by 1924 there were just 27. But while things settled down, there had been careful consideration into the thought of possibilities of another war ever happening, and the new RAF airfield started to be commissioned with the AMAB, which was the Air Ministry Aerodromes Board, which was created. And it's amazing, even today, like Balfour Beatty, John Lang, Wimpey and Sons, they're Taylor Wimpey, they're still going today, and they were the ones that were building these airfields. It's amazing. In 1935, the RAF's pre-war expansion scheme commenced, and the first set of expansion programme, including Waddington, Feltwell and Marham, were chosen. 38 Squadron, who were operating the Handley Page Hayford at Mildenhall, arrived as the first new residents of Marham, and they came with the Fairy Hendon bombers. Haven't got you a Hendon bomber. It looks a bit like a Whitley, if you're familiar with the Whitley. Now, this is not uncommon. Inside a squadron, you've got an A flight, B flight, a C flight, for example. They can actually form another squadron, or even a conversion unit to train, so basically a training unit within the squadron. And by April 1939, both squadrons, so the B flight of 38 produced 115 Squadron. I've been learning about 115 Squadron when I was not away over the weekend, but taking some time out, as I do. I found that they were they were at RAF Wychford. Again, something I'm going to go and check out. So all these things lead to other things, but the B flight of 38, the nucleus of the B flight formed into 115 Squadron. Today, 115 Squadron still fly. In fact, Ted flew with 115 Squadron at RAF Wittering in the Grob Tutor. Ted had a little, he had a spinning sortie. But 115 Squadron were operating the Handley Page Harrows, and by April 1939, both squadrons received the world's fastest assembled bomber, the Vickers Wellington bomber. Now, I've got the Vickers Wellington bomber here. Look at this. Look at that. Now, I haven't got the Hendon. I wish I did. Now, I learned something about the beauty. Listen to those engines go, man. Right, so there was a world record, okay, to assemble a bomber, and it was 48 hours. Broughton, the factory with its men and women, oh my word, there was, I found the video, I found the video to show the world record, and there was a woman in this like outfit of 1940s. She literally came back from a party at 1 or 3 in the morning and just helped out. All these people helping out. Now, they set a record to assemble a Vickers Wellington bomber in 30 hours. Right, I watched the video and they did it in 23 hours 50 minutes, and they had to call the test pilot, I forgot his name, I had to call the ferry pilot or the test pilot to fly. They had to wake him up because they obviously got it out early, and when this was being towed out, there was a part of the ground crew polishing or doing something here on the cockpit. It was amazing, and they flew it an hour later. When I used to tell you that they flew it the day after, but I didn't realise it was within 24 hours. It was 24 hours and 15 minutes. They were making the Vickers Wellington, and it was, had a good reputation for a twin engine bomber. They flew it in 24 hours 15 minutes, so that's nearly just short of 6 hours earlier. No wonder the test pilot was like, what's going on here? Do you know what I mean? But they were making these around 28 a week due to its geodetic airframe, and it was the most produced. In fact, if you've ever heard of the 1,000 bomber raid, 599 of the 1,046 bombers were Vickers Wellingtons. They made of these in 16 different variants. Believe the Mark II had the Rolls-Royce Merlin engine, but usually it was the Hercules in the end that they put on these, the Marks 3 and 10. They made over 11,400 of these, and it was in a geodetic airframe. You can just about see, if I can maybe get the light a little bit better over here. It was a twin engine bomber, okay, so it was before the likes of the 4 engine bombers, Sterling, and it was a very, very good aircraft. Like I said, really quick to assemble, of course, and it was a world record setter, really, and fair play, and it had a good reputation. It did see it served right up to I think it retired in 1953, I think, as much as that. But on the 3rd of September 1939, the same day the declaration of war with Germany in response, it was number 3 Group Bomber Command based in East Anglia that comprised 6 line squadrons of these, 9, 37, 38, 99, 115 here at Marham, and 149. And literally, it just didn't really have a bad reputation as far as I know, with the exception that it was a twin engine bomber. Now, the earlier Mark 1Cs did have the Pegasus engines. Those were the slightly lesser powered 1,050 horsepower twin engine. With that, it had 235 miles per hour. Bomb load was, it had a service ceiling of 18,000 feet with a bomb load of 4,500 pounds. Okay, so not totally excessive, but you've got to start somewhere. So it had a pretty good reputation, to be honest. So there we go. There's our Wellington bomber. I haven't really heard anything bad about it, other than the fact that it was a twin engine bomber, and we had the Sunderland, and then it went on to the Sterling, again the Hampdens, and Blenheims as well, which had the Bristol Mercury engine. So twin engine bombers, we needed more. We needed 4 engine bombers, which eventually we did. So there we go. That's a little bit about the Wellington bomber. And in 1940, 218 Squadron, I think it was Gold Coast or Western-super-Mare's own squadron, they moved to Marham as well, also operating the Wellington bombers. Now, just one thing to point out, just before, I can't remember the exact date, but before, I think between 1939 and 1940, if you remember squadron codes of the Royal Air Force, such as EB, Echo Bravo was 41, Echo Mike 207, Alpha Juliet 617. Before that, around 1940, but not too deep into 1940, into the war, for security reasons, they changed to that 2 code system. They actually wrote down the squadron code, the squadron number on the side of their aircraft. So 115 Squadron Wellington actually had 115 written on it, but they scrapped that for security reasons. So there you go. So before the squadron code lettering, in a more elusive, cryptic way, they actually wrote down 115 or 207 or things like that. Thought I can hear aircraft. I can hear aircraft. Can you hear aircraft? I can hear aircraft. Wow. Hopefully it's not a ground run. So yeah, 218 Squadron were operating the Wellingtons until they converted to the Royal Air Force's first ever 4-engine bomber, which was the short Stirling bomber. Marham was getting busy, and in 1941, 105 Squadron arrived with the Merlin-powered wooden legend, the Mosquito bomber, which to become a PFF Pathfinder force. And tested out the Oboe precision bombing aid. Now, just a quick one, a little bit more what I found out about the short Stirling. I know, the legend. I love this. I am loving this even more now. It developed from the short Sunderland bomber, very similar to the short Sunderland bomber, but this was built to a specification of B12 36. And it was amazing that they made this really cool, really good. Let me just double check that. Let me just check something, if that is a startup. Hang on, I think it is. Let me point the mic. Maybe you can hear that. Sorry, 1 second. Can you hear that? I can definitely. Yeah, that. Yeah, I thought I'd point the mic over there. Yeah, that's definitely. Let me just quickly, I'll keep it there in case we get something. So here's our short Stirling bomber, and I found out some amazing things about this. Really. Even the Mark 1 had the Bristol Hercules engine. They were more powerful with 1500 horsepower engines. They were air-cooled as well. Now, had max speed of 282 miles per hour. Now, don't panic, because I've been having a look at the wonderful. I know what you're going to say. You're going to talk about the wingspan. I know, and it wasn't to do with the Air Ministry's hangars. That's a myth, because it was more than capable of accommodating 112 foot of wingspan. What was amazing, what I discovered, it had gouge flaps which actually go in to make this smaller wingspan, so it retracts it out for your lift, but it could also decrease its stall speed by pushing these flaps in. It would actually have a big chunk, looks like it's missing. It was amazing. Now, the short Sunderland bomber had the hull right here, that got removed. They did, the Short brothers actually developed this from you can hear those engines. They developed this from the short Sunderland bomber, but the specification B12 36 did state that the wingspan could not exceed 100 foot. Now, what they did, they thickened the wings. Okay, they thickened them, and they added the gouge flap. It was so clever. One problem that they did do, and it had 14,000 pound of bomb load it could carry, right, which was amazing. In fact, what I discovered on a model that I had the that I've got at home, which those of you would have seen. There was 3 bomb bays, one on each side of the winglet, just in here on the inner part, and this long bomb bay, but it was split. It had 2 doors, so it could only fit maximum the 2,000-pound bombs. The thing is, what were we producing? 4,000-pound cookie bombs, 8,000-pounders, 12,000-pound tall boys. I could mention the Grand Slam, but you would have had to modify and rip out the loading bay doors. But the thing is, it couldn't take more than 2,000-pound bombs, all because of the design, what they did. I mean, it was a clever design to have 3 lots of bomb bay, you know, technically 1 massive one, but it was the dividers that let it down. I'm just wondering, was it too much for them to change that to a copter fit? But obviously it looks quite narrow, to be honest. But anyway, look, at the end of the day, this had a really good reputation. Yes, it didn't have the ceiling, could only do 16,500 feet, but that was fully loaded, fully fueled. But what it did do, because of its performance to carry all that load, it served well in other matters, such as towing the Horsa gliders, because it was used to carrying that much. It did well in the Operation Glimmer during D-Day, but it was a towing machine, and it did well. And one benefit, if you take a Lancaster with its longer wingspan and sort of chunkier look, it wasn't able to maneuver. The short Sterling, because of the wings, was able to outmaneuver some fighters, you know. So that's another benefit of the short Sterling. It was able to carry out all these evasive maneuvers, and it did do extremely well. Although it did become, just quickly, the bomber that never bombed with that, sadly. And like I said, we did some myth busting. It wasn't to do with the hangars at all, and that I did learn. Well, we could get, let me just keep it over here. So Marham was also home to 1655 Mosquito training unit, which is called an MTU. That was between 1942 to 43. And also, I've discovered there was also a secret unit, 1418 flight. They were a bombing development unit, so they'll test out specific payloads and bombs that were to be added to the Mosquito. I think they were trialing things like I think it was like the hardball and bouncing bombs of Barnes Wallis. They were doing all sorts of secret stuff. So it became like a real secret squadron there now. For those that love the Mosquito, it would be unfair for me to the wooden legend. There it is, our Mosquito bomber. Look at it. I mean, look at this. It wasn't a bomber as such. It was used as a PFF, Pathfinder Force. Pathfinder, it would lead the bomber stream, drop flares on the targets for the main bomber stream to drop its targets on the flare. So it was considered a method to be more accurate, I guess. So that was the de Havilland Mosquito, and another a legend, predominantly made out of wood, for those that don't know. Yeah, it was a medium bomber, reconnaissance, tactical strike, multi-role really, to be honest. A fantastic aircraft, and it was powered by the Rolls-Royce Merlin engine, 2 of them, V12 liquid cooled piston engines, rated at 1710. Of course, as marks go, that all changes, but armament wise, it could take had 4 7.7mm Brannan machine guns and 4 20mm Hispano cannons. It could be loaded with 4,000-pound bombs and all sorts of things that you can see under there. It was pretty good. Max speed at 415 miles per hour. Reminds me a little bit about the P-38. It just gives me a little bit of a P-38 there, a little bit. Fantastic aircraft. Wingspan at just 54 feet 2 inches, so quite nimble. Crew of 2. It was phenomenal. Look at it, beautiful Mosquito. And this was a bit of you know like ruining people's parties and that. Yeah, you've all heard of this, haven't you? Well, yeah, Marham was responsible for ruining a party with six of these. I know, right? You ready? It was on the 30th of January 1943. Germany were celebrating and holding special rallies for the 10th anniversary of Hitler's rise to power. But it was the Reich Marshal Hermann Göring. He was to deliver a special broadcast via radio, Third Reich at 1100 local. And it was going to be done from the Air Ministry building. It was a special day for Göring and Reich Minister Joseph Goebbels. And they were to address thousands and thousands in the crowds assembled in the Schöneberger Sportspalast, which was Berlin's biggest indoor sports stadium. But meanwhile, back in Norfolk, Marham had other ideas. They were like, nah, let's make a bombing raid. And don't forget, this was going to be broadcasted to the, to their nation and everywhere via radio. It was a special day for them. And well, Marham were like, nah, we're going to send some of these out. We're going to spoil your party. I mean, if you're going to spoil a party, now use a Mosquito. And it was at 8:45 in the morning. 3 de Havilland Mosquitoes, it was the Mosquito B Mark IVs of 105 Squadron, took off from Marham, bound for Berlin in daylight. And they were led by Squadron Leader Reggie Reynolds, DFC, with his Navigator Pilot Officer Ted Daisy Sizemore, flying in Mosquito DZ423, and in formation with him were a Flight Lieutenant John Flash Gordon and Flying Officer Ralph Hayes in DZ408, along with Flying Officer Tony Wickham and his Navigator Pilot Officer Bill Makin in DZ372. So these Mosquitoes flew at wave top height across the North Sea before climbing to 25,000 feet in and out of clouds, and they met no opposition. And as they approached Berlin, they emerged into the clear skies, and they can see all these people, and descending to the low level for the run into the target, which was the Haus der Rundfunks, headquarters of the German State Broadcasting Company. Now, despite having flown some 500 miles in difficult weather, they were extremely on time. They were exactly on time, because as Göring stepped up and began to speak, air raid warnings started to sound in Berlin. Anti-aircraft guns began to blast away at the sound of the Merlin engines, and exploding the 500-pound bombs that they added on there could be heard. The broadcast engineers actually shut down the transmission, and the listeners were instead treated to a scratchy recording of probably Mozart or something for an hour, and before apparently a furious Göring was able to return to the microphone. And the bombing was inaccurate, right? So that's fine, don't worry. The bombing really didn't cause any damage, but the effect was exactly what they had hoped for. All 3 Mosquitoes returned to Marham safely. At 13:25 in the afternoon, just before 105 Squadron crews from the morning raid return, 3 more 139 Jamaica Squadron took off from Marham, followed by a similar route. Reportedly this time, some filthy weather over Germany. Now, these 3 Mosquitoes were crewed by Squadron Leader Donald Darling, DFC, with his Navigator Flying Officer Bill Wright in Mosquito DZ367, Sergeants Joe Macy and Richard Lofty Fletcher in DZ379, and Flight Sergeant Pete McGeown also took to the skies. Now, I wasn't expecting a happy ending for this one, because they were probably on alert this time, and sadly it wasn't as comfortable as the other ride. And just a quick one, there was a Royal New Zealand Air Force crew with Flying Officer Reg Morris in DK337, by the way. So Goebbels stepped up again to the lectern at the Schoben Sportpalast rally, and the Mosquitoes arrived over Berlin in clear skies. This time, however, like I said, the defences were ready, and anti-aircraft fire were at them again. And the radio broadcasting engineers, this time, they just kept it going. But he delivered his address punctuated by the faint sounds of the bomb blast, roaring Merlin engines and anti-aircraft fire. But like the earlier raid, the attack did little damage, and nonetheless they created the desired effect. But sadly, as the Mosquitoes raced away, DZ367 was hit by flak, crashed and killing both the crew, which was Squadron Leader Donald Darling, DFC, and Flying Officer Bill Wright. In the Mosquito, they sat side by side, and this is the way they rest today in the Berlin Commonwealth War Cemetery, 1939 to 45, within the city limits. The other 2 Mosquitoes did return safely to Marham, having outrun the Luftwaffe FW-190s, which attempted to intercept them. Now, hopefully, we get these 2 F-35s out. The 5 crews which returned from this, which was the first ever daylight raid on Berlin, were all decorated. Squadron Leader Reynolds was awarded the Distinguished Service Order, DSO. The other officers were received the DFC, the Distinguished Flying Cross, and the Flight Sergeant and Sergeants received DFMs. A press conference was held with the Mosquito crews at the Air Ministry in London the next day, when they were photographed and interviewed. Now, Navigator Sergeant Lofty Fletcher summed the mission up in just a few nervous sentences, seemingly more intimidated by reporters than combat. And it always fascinates me, especially the Augsburg raid, after Squadron Leader John Nettleton came back, and they were like, you know, the press were there straight on the mics, and how they could keep professional is beyond me. You know, after going through raids, losing their fellow crew, and just like have a microphone stuck up them with photos taken out is beyond me. But there we go. And Lofty said we got over to the other side, and we approached Berlin above the cloud. We added our contributions to the festivities and headed for home. I personally didn't see any flak, but I was told there was quite a lot of it knocking around. But after all, what the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over. New Zealand Flight Sergeant Pete McGeehan said some flak popped up at us, close enough to be unpleasant, but not hitting the aircraft. It promised to be persistent, so we dived down, setting off from home. As we were diving, we saw two single-engine fighters heading towards us, but we were going so fast in the dive that they had no chance and soon left. And they had no chance and soon left us comfortably behind, and we found cloud cover over Holland, and we passed over the Frisian Islands, encountered light flak. The rest of the trip was uneventful. We reached base 2 minutes ahead of schedule and then went for interrogation. It was late when we got our tea, but it was steak and chips, which was worth flying to Berlin for. That is just so RAF. I love that. Right, meanwhile, back at our F-35s that we can hear. Now then, let's hope. If not, hopefully it's not flexing. We hope not, don't we? Goodness me, it's Morecambe Mindy, isn't it? Hopefully these go out. But yeah, Marham was eventually chosen to become a VHB, very heavy bomber base, and closed its airfield along with Lakenheath and Skullfort. It was to be expanded and have 3 longer hardened runways in the Class A configuration, so it closed its runways and hangars in March 1944. In 1946, testing out the new runways were Lancasters of the Royal Air Force, B-17s and modified B-29s of the United States Army Air Force during a Project Ruby. This project was a series of test trials testing the effectiveness of deep penetration bombs such as the Grand Slam and Disney. B-50s, B-29s were present as well at Marham between 1948 and 1950, with the 2nd and 307th Bombardment Group, who we'll talk about later in another stream. They eventually moved to RAF Lakenheath, their new home. Other bomb groups also spent some time at Marham also, and on the 22nd of March 1950, 4 of the 70 Boeing Washington B-1s arrived at RAF Marham until they finally, Marham's first ever jet aircraft arrived, which was the English Electric Canberra. Boeing Washingtons, for those who don't know, are B-29s. That's what they call them in the Royal Air Force. And eventually Vickers Valiants and Handy Page Victors arrived here, part of the V-Force. The Victors, however, were converted to a tanker role rather than a bomber role, and they were flown by 55 and 57 squadrons, and this was a key moment for the Royal Air Force, which entered them into the era of air-to-air refuelling. Marham played a crucial role in the most complex and longest bombing raid in history at that time, providing air-to-air refuelling of not only the Vulcan bomber, which had literally been brought back to life, but to refuel themselves to get enough fuel for the Vulcan to raid Port Stanley in Operation Black Buck. And it was on the 2nd of April 1982 Argentina invaded the British islands of the Falklands, and the mission was to disable the airfield at Port Stanley. Now this would prevent the Argentine fighter jets from using the airfield. This would mean a higher air advantage and a bigger threat to the British fleet. So the problem was, though, the Falklands were so far away at 6,760 nautical miles, which is about 8,000 miles away. And don't forget, for the round trip, this would mean from the Ascension Islands. So the Vulcan bomber had its bits all over the place before being retired, but from air refueling probes used as ashtrays and a range of 2,607 miles, it was really designed for dropping nuclear bombs. Inch perfect precision bombing wasn't really its thing, but with a £5 calculator and using a very technical refueling plan with 13 Victors from RAF Marham, this, I've got a little diagram to show you. This is what it would look like for those that don't know. And don't forget, this was from, although the aircraft were from here, it was from the, of course, they operated from the Ascension Islands. Now, without it getting blown away, which is what I've been trying to do. Don't know if I can do it. I mean, it is a masterpiece. Whoever designed this. So for those that don't know, the Operation Black Buck raid, this is my version. Yes, it's missing the flight colours. There was red flight, white flight, and a blue flight, and this is what it looked like. 13 Victors, 1 reserve, which went back once it was all good. Now these little target dots mean a refueling point. There's our Vulcan there, Black Buck 1. This refueled, this one carried on. So that was the first refueling for the Vulcan, was done by this flight here. I think it was split, but look how complex this is, right? Look at this. So you got 5 Victors here and 5 here. Not all 5 made it. What they did, this one here, let's have a look at this one here, look. This refueled this one, and that went back. And then you're left with, what, 6 here? And then this one, of that flight there, went up to here, turned, refueled the Vulcan for the second time, headed home. And then once those 6, they now turned to 3. This Victor refueled that one, and that went home. And then this Victor refueled, hang on, this this Victor refueled that Victor, and then that went to refuel this Vulcan, and then refueled over here, and then left it to its own accord. I think I've got that right. Yeah, went over here, got refueled, went over here, refueled, and left this one. Oh yeah, okay, sorry, I got it. See, I'm getting muddled. This Victor refueled that Victor, carried on, and it refueled the Vulcan for the 5th time. Okay, so 2 turned into 1, although there was an incident on one of the Black Buck raids where the refueling probe snapped, so they had to swap and get this Victor over here, all right, and then carry on the process. These 2 Victors, there was a refueling of one of the Victors here, and then it went home, and this Victor carried on all the way until the Vulcan bombed its target and then met it here and refueled it. It's so complex, even I get muddled up, but there we go. That's what the Black Buck raid looked like. That's what it would look like. So again, this Victor here went over here, refueled that one, and went home. Oh, that one over there. It's amazing. So you can make sense of that, but I haven't looked at it for a while. But yeah, so this Victor over here refueled that one, and then went, carried on, crack on, son, keep going. You know how it is. The press on. So I've tried to simplify it for you. How we doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? How we all doing? Aspen, how you doing? Dave Hurst, Gucci Man, Gary Inge. Hope we're all good. Christine Barnes, Aspen, Davey, Margot. Oi, oi. Hope we're all good and well. So yeah, they did meet a few problems. Some of them were a little bit problems were a little bit more at home. In fact, some of the crew, we're talking some of the Royal Marines, I don't think many troops actually knew where the Falklands were. That's another little fun fact. Some thought they were islands in Scotland, but other problems were that the consumption of fuel was higher than expected, and the last two Victors that I pointed out, one of them had the refueling probe snap, so they had to swap their plans, and the other one was a lot more sort of material problem, because the lack of South Atlantic maps, and the initial solution was literally a simple one. They just literally got the map of the North Atlantic, turned it upside down, so basically 70 degrees north then simply became 70 degrees south, and they took off from the Ascension Islands, and the first black buck raid did actually strike. And there's an interesting video about the reserve taking over. I think it was Withers, wasn't it? I can't remember. I think it was pilot, his name was Withers. Was it Withers? He was the reserve, and all because the main leading Vulcan, of course one was a spare, there was an issue with the cockpit. I think it was there was a leak in the canopy anyway, and it couldn't pressurize well, so the reserve stepped up. So eventually there was a new era for Marham, and the first ever Tornado GR1 was delivered here to Marham. It was ZA 601 on the 24th of April 1982, which came from BAE Wharton, in preparation for the reformation of 617 Dambusters Squadron, which stood up on the 1st of January 1983. This was shortly followed by 27 Squadron, which today fly the Chinook at RAF Odium, but they reformed at Marham on the 12th of August 1983. Martin Withers, thank you DFC, thank you very much. I remember the name, thank you, but I couldn't remember his full name. Thanks a lot for that, man. Thanks a lot, Davey. 57 Squadron disbanded at Marham on the 30th of June 1986, leaving 55 Squadron as the last ever Victor K2 unit at the base. And yeah, they were the last unit. Number 55, the last of the Royal Air Force Victor Squadrons, disbanded in Marham on October 1993. The last Victor to leave, departing in November. And while the Tornado legacy began at Marham and the Victors coming to an end, the Canberras were still going, even though they started in the 50s. And in December 1993 they kept going, and 39 Squadron, number 1 Photographic Reconnaissance Unit, arrived at Marham with its Canberra PR7s and PR9s from Whitton, and you can proudly see a English Electric Canberra as a gate guard even today at RAF Whitton. This lasted until the 31st of July 2006, ending 52 years of Canberra operations at Marham. In 2018 though, 617 Squadron, the Dambusters, arrived at Marham as the first ever F-35B Lightning Squadron, and 207 followed in 2019, with 809 standing up again in December 2023. Interestingly, 809 did take part in the Falklands War as well. The beloved Tornado GR4 retired in 2019 after nearly 4 decades of being in operation and keeping the UK and fellow allies safe. And I've always said this, and reading lots of books, is the fact that when you get something that's, you know, advanced in technology and a new aircraft that comes out, it can only mean one thing: one goes in and sadly another one is replaced. So that is how it works, because if we didn't do that, then we wouldn't be advancing and keeping up with the Joneses, for example. How we doing, ladies, shins, teddy bears? Hope we're all good and well. That was just a brief history of Marham with a few aircraft thrown in, as best as I can get ya. Now then, F-35Bs are spooling. I can definitely hear them. There we go, we've got a taxi in now. Flight of 2, here we go. Oh, again. So 207 Squadron, the operational conversion unit for the F-35B for both the Royal Navy and the Royal Air Force. Again, they've got a fascinating history, and just like earlier between 1938 and 39, they had the numbered squadron system. So that's something that I haven't added before for you. I did mention it maybe very briefly, but 207 was on their aircraft during 38 and 39. It is amazing to even think that they did that, but eventually they changed to Echo Mike from 1939, from March. That was right up until 1950. They actually started as a Royal Naval Air Squadron from the B Squadron number 4 Wing RNAS in 1916. They were known as number 7, but eventually did change to 207, and that was when the Royal Air Force became independent in 1918. They were the first to operate the Avro Manchester as well. Here we go. Hope we're all good, ladies, gents and teddy bears. My name's Nikos, cameraman, historian and commentator. Hope we're all good. And this is also the home to the RAF regiment as well, number 15 Squadron Here he is now. Oh, right now, we're doing round there now. Yep. It's all good round there now. My name's Reggie, part of the RAF regiment. Make sure it's all good round there now. It's quite nice round here, isn't it, there now? Yeah, it's all good round there now. Yep. It's doing me perimeter checks. Can't be too careful over there now. Oh, I wish there was chuckins over there. Other than that, mind you, I wouldn't get any work if there was chucking over there now. Yep. Hope we're all good and well, having a good time. But yep, I need some support. That's right, Dillon Regiment. Yeah, because of the mush. That's right, you got to have a good mush there now. My mush is like an antenna radar. That's how we regiment do it right now. Looking out for danger there now. Yeah. Yeah, I might need some backup here. Seems to be a little bit of Barney Rubble going on, as Drew would say. Do you know what I mean? I'm learning from him, you know. Learning from him. Yeah, what was that special move? Oh, I can't remember the special move there now. Do you remember the special move there now? Was it kick, 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 back, kick? Hi, my name is Matt Tad. How are you? Well, who are you? I'm part of the medical team. How are you? Oh, my name's Reggie. Well, I need some blood. Oh no, I didn't expect. I've got the wrong special move. Got the wrong move there now. Hi, I'm Matt Tad. Oh, so you're part of the medical team, eh? Yeah. I just been working with the 48 medical. Yeah. Oh, that's nice to see. I don't think I've seen you before here now. Oh, goodness me. Kick, 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 back kick. Goodness me, who is that? I don't need me blood taken now. Goodness me, I'm not too keen on needles there now. No. Oh, forward, back, kick. Hey, oh, Reggie, thank goodness you're here. Well, you're right there, mate. What's the matter? Oh, I just had the doctor come. The doctor? What, you mean med-ted there now? Yeah, Reggie. Oh, goodness, Reggie. Oh, it was scary, Reggie. Oh, don't worry, mate. Oh, I'm a bit scared of needles. But you know what? You got to look out for the medical team. You know, they look out for the crew, innit? To make sure we're all safe. Make sure all these pilots fly their pretty little planes there now. Oh, no. What happened? Well, I did this special move, innit? I did this kick, back, kick. Hi, my name's Matt Ted. Oh, how do you do that? Ice wee buns. Wee buns? What's that? Like a piece of cake to you? Oh, goodness me. Oh, well, do I need to go and give blood now? I need to check your blood. Oh dear. Okay. Oh dear. I need to go and get some chicken. Nay, don't worry. Nay bother. I've had a look at your blood results, and I've seen there's lots of like protein from chicken. Must go and have this checked out for you. Oh dear. Next to be telling me I've got like, oh dear, sad news. I might have to low down on my chicken. Oh, I don't know what to do there now. Forward, back, kick, Reggie. I need your help, Reggie. What's the matter, Reggie? I don't know what the doc told me. I think I need to go and eat some more chicken. Well, that's fine. We're both Reggies. I know. Well, I'm Reggie, and you're Reggie. I'm Reggie. He's Reggie. You're Reggie. Because we're gonna have chicken tonight. Oi, 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 oi. Hi, my name's Matt Ted. I have to go and see other results for these two. Yeah, right. Goodbye.
up? How we doing, y'all? My name's Casey. Thought I'd just pass by. Hope you all had a great time over the weekend. Just want to say a big thank you to all my crew. And hope you all had a good 4th of July. To all my US viewers. Hope we're all good. What up? My name's Casey. I hope I'll be seeing you tomorrow back at Mildenhall. That's where I'm from. I work for the 100th LRS, Logistics Readiness Squadron. I got what you need. Yup, what up?
Thanks all of you for joining us today. Hope we're all good. Melody R, how you doing? Hope you're well. Squadron leader 10 Coningsby. Thanks all of you for joining us. It's been a fun day, hasn't it? It's been good, and we've had our another sortie of F-35Bs, which is quite nice. Avgeek, Maryland Avgeek, how you doing? Can we get Reggie's anthem? Well, you just got it. Guards March. Robert Pimlott, member for 21 months, nearly 2 years around the sun. Happy to have found this channel. Thank you very much, Robert. Paul Fuller with 16 months membership. Great to see 100k subs. Well done. All great channel. Thank you very much. 555 Triple Nick, member for 28 months. What a channel, what a family. The best there is. The best there was and the best there ever will be. 28 months and counting. Hopefully see it re-out. Oh yeah, you come into that. Oh yeah, that'll be good. Hanosaurus Rex, who's part of our fighter squadron. Oi oi for another warm week. Keep well, everyone. Love you all from myself. Thank you very much. From the F7U 44Y squadron. Maryland Avgreek, why does jet fuel smell so good? Good question. Melody R as well, thank you very much. Guards March to you for 2 months membership. Thank you very much. And thanks all of you for had lots of subscribers today come in, so that's quite nice. We're actually aiming for 102k now, which is phenomenal. Right, I'm just going to go and grab a quick cup of tea, if I may. it's been a good day. It's been good fun, and kind of coming up to our last sort of hour now as we wait for the F-35s that just went out. Been good. Thanks everyone for the support as well today. It's been great. It's been good. Hasn't been, you know, extremely busy, but it's been good. That's the thing. It's all about quality, isn't it? That's what it's all about. Yeah, just have a quick cut and see. You know how it is. Weather seems to be getting nice now. Typical towards the end of the stream, but you know how it is. Phenom action by the sound of it. Oh, it's a lovely cup of tea. So yeah, this is the book I was reading this morning. Little bits of it by Ken Delve, RAF Marham. Amazing book. get yourself a copy of it. It's a fantastic read. Haven't read it all, but just started off in Marham's earlier periods. Amazing facts, as you can imagine. So yeah, we'll just hang in there and await for the final two to come back. It's been a good day, really. Like I said, the two F-35Bs that went out gave us a few circuits and vertical landings. Yeah, Aspen, it's really good. Love that little light reading. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I love it. Love it. Always trying to get some sort of info. Gary Inge, Gaz O'Hare, how's it going? Claire Bat, who's been working hard to get those orders out there for you. Mark Moody, how you doing as well? Hope we're well. Aspen, Chris Bloxham, thank you very much. Hope we're all good. Aspen celebrating 29 months. Wow. And also part of our fighter squadron and Spanner Flight as well, who looks after the streams. Thank you very much. So it looks like we've got a bit of bit more Cranwell action coming up. We've got Cranwell's Embraer Phenom, Cranwell 49, with another PD. Aspen, that's hilarious. Okay, here comes Cranwell 49 on the approach. How are all the little piggies doing anyway? Hello. Look at them there now. Reggie could only dream these were chuckins, right? There's quite a few, look. Oh, I can hear our Phenom just coming over now. Sounds quite low, where are you? Sorry. Goodness me, sorry about that. It's that time of year. You get a few, now I don't mind insects and stuff, but when they start landing on your ear, your nose, your mouth, it's becomes a bit emotional. Your eyelid as well. I've got one on my head at the minute. Don't know what it is. It's tickling the mackerel out of me, but Hiya. You alright? How's it going?
How's it going, sir?
Yeah, you alright?
Yeah, good. Yourself?
Yeah, good, thanks.
Have you been commissioned to take photos or anything like that? Okay, so they're aware. No, I was just checking. Yeah, no worries.
Ba-da-ba. Right, where's my RAF Phantom gone? Oh, let me get another drink. One sec, I'm just cleaning the screen, it's a little bit... There we go. That's better. Oh, no, don't want to press that.
Beautiful.
Some great approaches from the Embraer Phantoms today. Look at that, smooth. Like I said, successful pilots training in the Embraer Phantom will go on to an operational conversion unit at RAF Brize Norton if they're going to be proceeding to the heavies. It's a similar layout, but I'll tell you what I don't know is the fact that if they're going to go on to the likes of the Rivet Joint, for example, or the PA Poseidon, do they go to 42 Squadron at Lossiemouth for the P8 and E7, or is it a case of doing the 24 operational conversion unit first? That's a good point. Something I might need to ask someone that's at Brize, you know, as a career path for anyone interested in the heavies. K likes, thanks to Davey for the update, nice one. There is a OCU at Waddington for the Rivet Joint, so I guess maybe they do that. shall find out. I mean, they have weapon systems operators on the P8. Lots of different roles on the multi-engine types, such as the A400 and the C-17, and of course the P8 Poseidon of the Royal Air Force. We do have, I thought I could hear a second one. Got two in the circuit. So yeah, so going back to what I said earlier today about the Spitfire with a few rivets not been in properly and the parts of the cowling sticking out, creating all that drag and losing sort of 25 miles per hour, then it just goes to show how much drag is caused by having the landing gear down then, right? Not something I've ever spoken about, but or even think about, but then that must be the case. The amount of drag created by the landing gear. I mean, it's just, you know, it's going to cause an effect, right? I'm not sure totally how much drag is created, but I would now imagine quite a reduction in speed. Norfolk there now with its lots of pig houses there now. Look at this one. Oh, look at this one. He's having a good one. Hello. They're just chilling. Hello. Gas Russell, how you doing? Oi oi to you, hope you're well. Yeah, I think there is a buzzard nearby, or a kestrel even. Something nearby like that, isn't it? Oh, that's the RAF Phantoms gone, I think. That's them done. Let's have a look, is the other one coming in? Oh. Ouch. That's what happens when you walk into the tripod there and out. How we doing, ladies, gents, and teddy bears? Some funny questions. Yes, I have had some incidents before, but not myself. I've been fine. I've been okay on the van. I've had some harnesses up here once or twice before when it's got that bad. But then I found that when it's that bad, they don't fly in. I mean, we're talking extreme. We're talking about 50 miles per hour winds. That would be a no anyway. So although I've got harnesses for that matter, they wouldn't fly in that anyway. I've had some extreme times where I've had the camera on the ground. I've had the tripod on the ground. I think I did that a few times. I think once at Wellington when it was that windy with the Reds, and they still flew in that, to be honest. That was pretty challenging. But yes, the camera has fallen over. I think while live, we've had that before. Actually fell and it still kept going. I've had one back in the early days of the ladder and balancing on ladders, and I went to move from Crash Gate 2 at Coningsby to Reedham Lane, if you remember that one, and I went to move the laptop, but the laptop was still connected by cable to the camera, and it pulled the camera down, and that snapped, broke the HDMI cable inside the camera. So although it was still streaming and still going, when you pull the plug out, that would be the end of it. So I have had repairs, hence it's a good idea to have a spare. There we go. that's the way you do that one. But yeah, let me just check if what we got coming now. Yeah, Operation Windy Bin with Reggie. That was quite funny, wasn't it? That was good, that. So just a couple of F-35s to come back, and you never know, we might get a couple of circuits or a vertical landing, which is what we want to see. Yes, I do remember that. Yeah, the bears do sometimes engage with the public physically, so look out for that. coming up to the last few minutes of the show as we wait for the F-35s to return. We hope you've enjoyed it today. How we doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? Hope we're all good. Just coming up to the end of the show. Just wondered if there's anything coming back in the next minute or so or not. I'm just trying to work that out. Just having a look for you now. So we're setting the chilled pace tomorrow. We're going to be at Milden Hall tomorrow, which I may have said yesterday or not. I'm not really sure 100% if I said that or not, but there we go. Yeah, and we'll do we'll get our Lake and Heath show on Wednesday, but we'll see where we're going to go Thursday. See what the weather's doing as well. Of course, the weather plays a major part. Don't even know what the weather's doing Thursday. What's the weather doing? It's okay. It's alright. Wednesday? Yeah, Wednesday looks alright. God, tomorrow looks a bit more windy, doesn't it? Goodness me, a bit punchy there. God, should be alright. Should be alright. Ba-da-da-da-da. It's nearby now. not far. I can hear them. Gotta catch them all. There's that little pigs down there. Look at that, little pig houses over there, look. I don't think they're far away now. Here we go, low brake coming up. You've got to love a low brake. Stowbowl mode, here we go. Nice. Those are sort of shipborne, slow, vertical landings. An alternative. Well, that's our lot, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Hope you enjoyed that. A little bit of a chilled out stream. Same sort of feel tomorrow as well. Excellent stuff. Really nice to see that. And Ball T850, watch the video on the B-17 missile, very moving. Thanks for watching that, Guards March, thank you. Aspen, 29 months, fighter squadron member and spanner flight crew. Time flies when you're having fun. Thank you very much. Guards March, 29 months. That's a long time. Thank you. Robert Brassel as well with 22 months as well. Ted Coningsby, hey, best there is. Thank you. And thank you as well. Siobhan Hobson Ward, member for 22 months as well. Guards March, thank you very much. Awesome stuff. Thank you. Let me just go and get Ted's berry as it's just fallen. We're just going to get Ted's berry, it's just fallen on the floor. Ted! Oh my word, it's looking like it's... Let's go and recover Ted's berry. Oh! I had to go and get his beret, bless him, it just fell on the floor. Here it is, look. Oh, Teddy. Oh, yeah, all right.
Watching you on YouTube.
Oh, thanks, thank you. Well, there we go, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Thank you very much. Hope we're all good and well. That is us done. That is a wrap. Let me just check something. Yeah, we're all good. Let me just get Ted for you. Well, that's us done, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Hope you enjoyed it. Thank you so much. Hope we're all good and well. And thanks a lot for joining in today. And hope you had a good time. So thanks a lot, RAF Marham. Thank you for protected UK airspace. Thank you very much for what you do, whether you're on the ground as ground crew, regiment, all roles, medics and crash teams, in the guard rooms, all the maintenance crew, ATC, all the roles on the ground, all the ones in the air as well, all the OFIs as well, and QFI, sorry, OFI? QFIs as well. Thank you very much for training our next generation. 5th gen starts here, all right, thank you. And of course, all our viewers, thank you very much for tuning in, and hope you enjoyed that today. So that's us done for today. A good start to the week, nice chilled out, and tomorrow's going to be the same sort of pace. So ladies, gents, teddy bears, thank you very much. Hope you enjoyed it. So Thank you very much. So, my name's Nikos, been your cameraman and commentator and historian. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby, and you've been watching the Ted Coningsby channel live here at RAF Marham. So, for the last time for today, it is see you soon. Wish you well. See you later, everyone. Oh yeah, ladies, sheds and teddy bears, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel membership. I'm Nikos, I'm your cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. Just want to say a massive thank you to all our members. Guns up, and oh yeah. Take it away, Ted. Ladies, sheds and teddy bears, we want to say a massive thank you to all of our subscribers for getting us to where we are today. We have gone all over the country, from as far as Lossiemouth to Bryce Norton, and military areas such as air weapons ranges, low flying areas, heritage centres and special flights for TED 2. We cannot do this without your support, and your support will be rewarded. You can now join the Ted Coningsby Squadron and help fund the channel to get us around the country and provide us with the funds for equipment to bring you better content too. We have 3 exciting membership levels with awesome YouTube perks to reward you back for your support. Our first level of membership is the Ted Coningsby Squadron. You'll get a loyalty badge on YouTube, unique TCS emojis that you can use on comments and live streams, members only videos which include behind the scenes, deleted scenes, sneak previews and also music videos that Ted likes to play the electric guitar on. You'll also get access to members only Discord server and discount on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise. All of this for just $1.99 a month. Oh yeah. Our second level of membership is the Posh Officers Club. This includes all of the squadron perks, private Posh Officers Discord chat room, Posh Officers discounts on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise, and the poshness of supporting the TCS even more. This is just £4.99 a month. Our third level was inspired by many of our fans who have been supporting the channel massively. So we'd love to reward you back with this, and our third level of membership is the Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron. This gives you a more personal experience with me and Ted, with exclusive live streams and content. You'll get a free Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron patch, a private Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron Discord chat room, a gold colour Discord username, and a higher discount on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise. All this for just $25.99 a month. Ladies, gents and teddy bears, the Ted Coningsby channel cannot thank you enough for all your support, and it's this support that keeps the dream, keeps the stream. Thank you so much. Oh yeah.
Golf India, Brian Stanley, 1,